all gathered here today, and we are all
most people would consider this illegal. Since we are the best and you agree with me, right? No need to debate. The way we bomb shit. See, we're kinda like the government, so just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate.
It's Boss Rhyme in the back with the crack and the thugs and the drugs. Nigga black. The best to do it, we only deal with the facts, bitch. Blazing and I'm so amazing on the tracks, bitch. And I jump and I skip and I hop and I flip over niggas like gymnastics. Watch the way I come and I'm giving the streets acid. Bastards, niggas know I'm the king of the classics. Drastic measures, I'm spreading like a rash, bitch. Clashes in session, you about to get your ass kicked. Emperor of every round table of the house. And when I speak, niggas respect me as leader of the councilman. God rap, God persona, God thriller, God body in the flesh. Call me Godzilla. Now I know you see we be the most prominent, dominant niggas. Respect my conglomerate.
Since we are the best and you agree with me, right? No need to debate. The way we bomb shit. See, we're kinda like the government, so just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate.
Young money in charge, yes it's Lil Wayne, but the money's in large. Priorities, young money in God. Now they wanna know how I be getting money on Mars, cause I be getting paid like out of this world. Hip hop is a bitch and I'm proud of this girl. But when the sharks come see how the fish curl, this is my game, you gon' need a referral. I know more about tree than squirrel. Me don't talk much, but that heat so verbal. Brand new Mark Jacob Pico thermal. Gun outside of the gear, external. I'm so fly, y'all still at the terminal. I put you in the dirt jig because I see the worm in you. Dirt is out, bitch. Admire and acknowledge it, and respect my conglomerate.
Since we are the best and you agree with me, right? No need to debate. The way we bomb shit. See, we're kinda like the government, so just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate.
Yo, workers, bosses, Ferraris, Porsches, dope fiends, nauseous, crack spots, losses, racetrack horses. Big meetings at the round table to discuss what the cost is. Money, changes, devils, angels. We the ones who say what you can and what you can't do. Respect, power, kush, sour, haze, airy, pills, powder, gangsters, garments, ice, garments, dawn shit. Real niggas who I get it on with. When I'm around, my colleagues ain't comfortable. They all gotta sit with my verses for a month or two. Wrong nigga to have a problem with. The blade first and the bullet gon' follow it. Yeah, if you're lucky, I might hollow it. D-block, just respect my conglomerate.
Since we are the best and you agree with me, right? No need to debate. The way we bomb shit. See, we're kinda like the government, so just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate. Just respect my conglomerate.
All right. Fill all that energy back in. New headset? No. New mic? Yes. But let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. The problem was not the headset or the mic. The problem, I'm the problem. The problem, wait, let me turn this down. The problem is OBS. It's an internal issue with OBS. And it's an internal issue inside OBS. So plus Okay, so yo, hold on. You guys hear me? Because if something's not working, it's OBS. This is a new setup. Well, it's not a new setup. It's an old headset and a new mic. Okay, so I'm doing a few updates and some upgrades, and I was doing some upgrades to my OBS, and I looked through their website yesterday, and it says there's a thing called known issues, right? That they're aware of, that people have told them, and mic crackling was one of the things. And I was like, wait a minute, what? So it wasn't my damn. So yeah, the issue was with OBS. Oh wow, what a rejection here. This is at 4 a.m. I think we're gonna have a, how much is the stops here? We will have a buy limit here probably. It's 21 pip stop. Oh man, this is tough. Hold on, let's do a little breakdown here. I also spent the weekend back testing ES, NQ, and US 30. And I'll tell you what I have found very interesting, or what I have noticed. Well, look at this 30 closure that we just got. We should come down here to the bottom of the range here. Oh, 100. Yeah, 200 pip stops. I think we'll pass. 100 pip stop on a current candle? What are we doing? I really wanted to do US 30. I really wanted to do US 30. But I think it would do us US dirty. It is US 30 is the EU. It's the Euro USD of futures trading. It moved the slowest. Right? Then it was between NAS and ES, right? NASDAQ and S&P 500. And out of those, the NASDAQ moves the most similar to gold based on the way the wicks were, based on the way the entries. NQ moves a lot more like gold than ES does, and then US 30 does. So thus, I've added NQ on here. Be aware. NQ. Yeah, as we're coming down, I'm sorry. I'm not ready for this 100 pip stop here on 99. You can take it as an impulse, but I haven't even done a breakdown, and to enter a 100 pip stop here, it would be, yeah, the NASDAQ seems to be the most closest in terms of price action to gold, and it also seems to be, yeah, it seems to be the most volatile out of the three. Hold on again, give me a sec. Let me let Benny in. All right, go ahead, Benjamin. As we are coming down here, we have a bullish day here today, right? We do have a bullish day. This is where these previous levels, previous wicks were. Hold on, let me put this there. The daily's bullish. The 4-hour has closed bearish, so we'd want to come down here on this 4-hour. Okay. So, as I said, the daily's bullish, the 4 hours bearish here, and I'd expect us to come down to these support areas. I'd also expect some kind of reaction. My issue is we already had that reaction in the last 4 hour, right? I want the initial pullback to this area and a bounce off of it. Now that we've bounced off of it and pulled back up, I'm just looking to see where it would make sense. Maybe what I'm looking for is a buy limit off this area. I just don't like that we've already pushed off this area, so now there's a chance we close below it. And if we close below it, there's a high likelihood we're going to start coming down here, right? Especially if this current 4 hour closes bearish. And we have news at 10. I mean, that's going to be the 4 hour closure and news. Ideally, that's when we get that closure below, because then we can continue the ride. Yeah, I think in this case, if it was the initial drop here, if this was 4 a.m., we're looking at buy limits at this area. Now that we're filling this 4 hour wick down, I think we can blast through it. So I don't want to have a buy limit here, right? I wanted that initial tap. Yeah, it might tap this area and bounce up heavy, but I just want that initial bounce. If not, then we'll wait for it down here, and we'll have a buy limit down here after we have our... This is a better area as well. If you can see, the previous dailies have overlapped here, right? Previous two dailies have opening, closure right there, and right around that area, I believe, is where we have a support, right, on the smaller time frame. Yeah, so once we get down here, if we're able to tap this area, I will have a buy limit. This is what we will look like. Right, we'll have a buy limit. It'll be like this, and like that. That'll be an impulse entry as the market's coming down against us. We're going to expect a rejection at that area. Right now, yeah, let me see. We got close to it. We're pretty much tapped it. We saw, wow, 30 pips. This little shit is 30 pips. All right, we don't need the NQ today. We're just going to need to pay attention to gold. Yeah, let's see if we can get a bullish closure at this area now that we've tapped this. Right. Hold on, let me get my annotations out. Sorry, I thought Zoom Gang was in here. I didn't realize you guys weren't. Let's see what happens when I look for annotations. Where you at? Interesting. Anyway, not as interesting as these sells are going to be once we get a closure below, or the buys if we establish a support here. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, gang. Everything I'm doing, I got to restart. For some reason, all my settings are changed. Everything. I had a power outage this weekend. Everything is changed. Like, everything. Even the colors of the lines change. I don't know how the fuck that's... Unless my guys are, like, trying to play a really cruel joke on me. And everything has changed. Okay. I like this area to close above, and I like this whole area as a rejection area, which is everything we've seen so far, right? We've seen candles wick in here and reject. Remember what I say about these areas. We want to really sweep them. These rejection areas, we either want to blast through them, or we want a heavy bounce. We don't want to open, we don't want a closure within this area. We don't want any candles closing within there. Right now we're sweeping it. If we can now tap this area and come back up, close back up above here on a smaller time frame, maybe fake out on a small time frame and a closure above and a support onion on a higher time frame, something like this. Right. Then we can look for buys up on the next hourly candle or next 30-minute candle. That would actually be 9:30 NYC open. So if this 30 closes like it is right now, right? This is the 30. The next 30 closes like this. NYC open is right here. So here we go, baby. Bullish day. This is our opportunity to start riding it back up. But if we're able to close below here on this hourly, in this area, Benny, yo, chill. Actually, fuck it, bark. It's morning. Wake everyone up. Fuck it. Yeah, if we get this closure, this is obviously we're too far overextended. But with momentum and this heavy candle and 9:30, I will look for a current candle stop here. And entries on the break of the lows, right? We want to break all this chop here to the left, right here. And we want to head down here. So this will be our position on the break of these lows. Is this music too loud? This shit's too loud in my ear. Oh, I can't even turn it down anymore. This is the lowest it goes. Okay, so let's see what happens in this area. And let's see, now that we've tapped 35, 80, 84 areas here. Right, it'd be interesting to see if we can actually get this closure to respect the hourly right here. Hold on, gang. Let me see what he's barking at. If I come out there and ain't shit there, you're going in the pool. He stopped barking real quick. You ran in here. What happened? What happened? Don't push me. Come here. You want to bring it in? Bring it in for a hug, and then you go back outside. What happened? Tell me. Come on. I'll listen. I'm not gonna punish you. He's pissed. He went back outside. He walked over to me, went like this with the paw, and went back outside. What don't you like, bud? What happened? That's a lizard. Nah, you already ate one last week. No more. Stop that bullshit. What a rejection. So, nice area to reject off of. Bear with me, gang, because I'm resetting everything here. A whole bunch of... Oh, greetings, Eddie. Appreciate the $4.99. www. Dub from the boat. Nice. Best wishes. Profitable week. Yes, sir. Now you're putting all this pressure on me to have a profitable week and like really enjoy it. Man, I don't know if I can handle all this pressure. It's too much. Mariansky. Put too much pressure on me. I don't know. Pressure make diamond. Brother, send him 2 to 3 years and It's not muted. It's OBS. It's not my. This is new. This is the newest waste of money I've had. The money I waste for you guys. Yeah, it's pop. I can't do anything about it. It's OBS. They're aware of it, as far as I know. Can somebody go on their website and see if there's a fix for that? Did they patch it up? Maybe there's a band-aid. I don't know. OBS is well, they do have BS in their name. What did we miss while you were muted? Well, tell me what's the last thing you heard. And I'll repeat. I'm a Streamlabs guy? Yeah, whatever. You're just OBSing. Pressure make diamonds. Or full tires. I don't know. either make diamonds or tires, bro. Set him 2 to 3 years muted. Okay, no, I was saying let's look at NQ here, and can you guys tell me, like this candle right here, right? This is 100 pips. Is this 50 pips in our language, in our speak, or is this 100 pips but 50 pips worth of profits, which is 50 pips in my head, right? Did you try running as an administrator? No, but I've jogged as an administrator before after somebody when I was trying to fire them. And they kind of walked away. Never ran as an administrator. I was like, yo, hold up, in the hallway, just after them. Like, what? Yeah, let's have a meeting. One pip equals $5 per contract. No, stop playing. And what's one pip here? 36.5 to 37, or 30? Like, it. You see how price changes by quarters. So each quarter is what? Did you? I know what you meant. I don't know. OBS is just running. I don't know if it's running as admin. Each quarter is a pip. Right here, right? Each quarter is a pip, right? So a dollar move in price here is 4 pips. Are we all right? This Mike's good. I realized what I have to do is mute it and unmute it even if it goes mute, I still have to mute it and then unmute it, and then it gets better. So hold on, 48.50 to 51.50, that's 3. Oh, 12. 575 change in price. So that's 23 pips right there. Okay. And then each pip. Okay, right? And then each one of those quarters, if I'm trading one lot, there, once it moves that quarter, I'm getting paid basically a 0.5 for every quarter. So for every 50-cent move is basically the equivalent of 1 pip. Didn't move. What? Yo, Farzo, bro, leave green alone. Look at this. Now, green's infected. This shit is contagious. I gotta block this guy from stream. This guy Farzo just... Green, don't move. Help is on the way. Shit, I gotta call somebody out now. That's Farzo? No, that's Farzo's brother, Farzad. However, NQ moves more drastic than what? Didn't move? I don't know if he's saying it or ES. Green, what are you trying to tell me? The green Farzo back and forth is always entertaining to watch, yes. Yeah, Farzo's looking for his wheelchair somewhere. Somebody stole Farzo's wheelchair. Can you guys bring that shit back to him? We got an autistic kid missing a wheelchair on stream and you guys are fucking laughing. Come on. Farzo off the meds 98% of the time. He's so Farzo. Yo, honestly, I'm pretty happy. Hold on. Daily closed. Weak bullish. We broke that low. I want to do a breakdown on this first. So technically, this is a 100 pip range, but because we get paid half, this is a 50 pip range right here, right? So this is 50. Well, look, what chart you looking at? NQ. So yeah, we're gonna add NQ. I've tried all. I've tried ES. I've tried US 30 and NQ and I did like a few weeks of back testing, or not few weeks of back testing. I've back tested like a few weeks of these pairs, and it just seems that NAS moves the closest to gold in terms of price action. I really wanted to trade US 30, but it moved the slowest out of the three. It moved way slower than ES, a lot of ranging, less wicks, less order grabs. Like this one tends to fake out, wick out a lot. Like this is good. This is, and it tends to drive a lot, and it's not just dependent on like, you know, a stock doing well or something. So would you have taken it here? No, I pointed it out on gold here that I would have been looking for buys here. I would have had a buy limit right there off that level. So if I was here at 4:15, that's a 4 a.m. candle right there. Yeah, there would have been a buy limit, and it probably would have been close to full at around 105 pips right there. I'm lying. I probably would have closed full right there based on that no top wick, so around 65 pips. See this 15? It would have been one 15-minute candle. This was perfect. This is exactly what I look for in this situation. Our first return to this area, bullish day, crazy support formed here. Like, it doesn't blast through these areas. Like, that would have been perfect. Done for the day, possibly for the week. The week hasn't started. $9 a.m. here, gang. 9 a.m. What can we see here for NYSE Open? We got 30 minutes. A lot can happen in 30 minutes, gang. Yeah. You can go full gay in less than 20 seconds. I've seen it happen. So, a lot can happen in 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I seen it. Perfect example. All right, story time. You guys want to hear a story? We went out to a club in the city, and the homie was dancing with a chick. But when I heard her talk with a man's voice, I told the homie, and he said, "Nah, you just jealous, dog. Stop that." And bang, and he left. That conversation took less than 20 seconds. My homie went full gay. Full gay. I can even tell you the name of the club. It was called Roxy. Nightclub was called Roxy. That's what it was called. All right. What have you learned here today? Nothing yet. Let's wait for closures. Well, we learn every day. I think NYSE Open is going to be it here for us. This is interesting. So look, we've closed below the most recent right here, right? And then we came back up, tried to close above, but respected it on the 30. So we should come down. If we get a bearish closure here in 30 minutes, I wouldn't mind trading the rest of the range. But ideally, we blast through this range, because if we can blast through this range, we should have no problem coming down here on the next candle. Came down here. What do you see here? Every time we've tapped this area here, we've pulled back up, closed above. Tapped this area, we've retested that low, but still closed above, pulled back up. We're going to retest this low. And if this is going to be the first time we do get a closure below, we're heading down. Once we retest it, if it holds again, well, we're going to head up. But once we do get that first closure below here, we will be looking for sells. But if we end up flipping bullish and coming up, we're going to need closures above this area. We're probably going to look for previous candle stops for NYSE Open. Break a highs here and a closure above would make sense. 80 pips to come up, right? So this candle would not be the drive up, but it would be the catalyst for it along with NYSE Open. Because if this is what you're going to get, right, after that bottom week, then we'll look at the break of highs and to come up here and holding this support here to do what it did here, to do what it did here. Bong, bong, bong. And this would fall in line with the daily, right? So a lot of ways we can play this. This can go a lot of different ways today. Just got to be patient here. Because if you're not patient, you will be a patient. Hey, Wix, what makes you want to increase your watch list to other pairs? Is it trade frequency? Yes. Good morning, Wix and gang. I wish you had a trading session which you had lost on Thursdays. So I'm not going to just sit here and watch NQ, right? What's going to happen here is I'm going to watch gold because that's my pair. And if ain't shit going on gold, I will, I will look and see what happens on NQ. But somehow they're doing the same thing right now, and I'd rather pay attention to gold. It looks more interesting. It looks more interesting than this dump that we've just had. Not that this is a dumpy market, but it's a dumpy market. It dumped hard. Okay. What do we got in here? People at the Zoom door. Got y'all. Will we get this closure belowsure? How's that emote look like? NQ volatiles. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm liking gold here. I think gold is gonna be the bread, the butter, the biscuit. It's gonna be everything. Look at this range down here. Like, there's room to go, number one. Number 2, it's going to be NYSE Open. Periodically check in on NQ. Yeah. There's nothing to look at here right now. It's been pushing down heavy. It's due for some kind of correction. The issue is the daily. The daily here is funky. This previous daily was not a directional daily, right? A lot of like indecision there. It did close bullish, that rejection, but there's also rejection to the upside, and it closed below this resistance. So yeah, break of this low is a seller play coming down on the daily. So if the daily's kind of bearish there, it's tough for me to have any kind of buys at these areas, especially with the 4-hour closing bearish in 49 minutes here. Right, so like, this needs to pull back up a bit, or range here, so we can take the pullback. Ooh, look at this. Came right back up. It's going to be interesting. If it closes like this, we're probably going to have buy stops on a break at a high here for NYSE Open. It'll be a celery play to come back up. Bunch of winners. That's not something I've ever said when pulling out a stack of lottery tickets. Bunch of winners. Nope. Another L. I suck at lottery. Literally. I'm literally trash at lottery. I never win. I've never won. Like, you got to be the worst player ever to play for like something for 30 years and never win. The worst. I'm telling you. And I practice, yo. I be practicing all the time. Oh, shit. I can't believe I never win. Bunch of winners. Chat, drop a like, sub to the channel. Positions are incoming and due here very soon. Something fishy going on, as I am exactly the same. Oh, yeah, the lottery. You too? How long you been playing? Uh-oh. I'm going to get banned for that. I'm going to have to cut that out. Whoops. Yeah, that was music I used for a reel yesterday. Damn. I fucking clicked the next button. Next Powerball play jackpot is 1.3 billion. 2 tries after he thought he figured it out, he was done. Never be winning. My uncle used to have a conspiracy theorist board made for like 3 years of tracking all the numbers. He felt like he figured it out, played 2 more times, and scrapped it all after he lost. That's so crazy. Damn. Unk's room was looking like, you know, the cops that were trying to fucking figure out who's who in the cartel. They be fucking putting the fucking pictures over there. The gang leader. Pops was over there. So 3 won 14 times in the last 6 months. And then it hasn't been repeated since. And the 7 is always after the 3. Yo, can somebody get Unk a fucking Xanax? Chill out, Unk. He legit nailed it how he sounded, not even lying. How from the hangover, long story short, I lost all my money. Yeah, but did you find a monkey or a baby or a Chinese man in your trunk? All right. I'm gonna stick to my currencies for real. I'm in here because y'all funny and the vibes are dope. Thanks, JFK. We will solve your mystery. Oh, JFX. Sorry. I said JFK. We will not solve your mystery, but welcome. You're not as mysterious as we thought. Stick to my currencies. I mean, what are you trading, GJ? We the vibes. I mean, this stream is very specific. What's the word? You gotta. It's gotta grow on you, basically. I forgot what the word. What's the right way to say it? It's not for everyone. It's it's an acquired taste. You know what I mean? It's an acquired taste. Yeah, like, because we really drive emotions out of people. Yeah, it's almost like that word literary. Right, it's really either really negative or really positive emotions. But it's never like, it's alright, I can chill here. No, it's either like, fuck, I hate this guy, or like, wow, this stream is dope. And apparently most people hate me. I trade GJ, EU, and UJ. For real. Oh, damn. So you need to trade a lot of pairs because those motherfuckers don't move. That's why you trade a lot of pairs. That's what it is. That's why you have GJ, EU, and UJ, and it's probably more. It's definitely more. You're lying. If you have EU, you need 10 other pairs. You definitely need 10 other pairs. Peaches, pears, plums, what is this? 10 minutes here. 10 minutes for NYSE open. Ooh, we can hold this, break these highs. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Don't you fucking do it now. Don't do it. Yep, I'm not going to act like that's the best thing ever. Best thing ever, closure below here. That would have been the best thing ever. Continue with that 4 hour. I'm working right now, but I'm chilling, just fine. People who trade gold are funny because it's volatile. Yeah. That's why they're funny. Gold makes them funny. I was a pretty dull person before I met gold. Okay? When my biography gets written, probably won't be an autobiography because I'm too lazy to write. It might be an autobiography because I might dictate it. I might have ChatGPT just make the whole shit up. But this part is not going to be made up. This part is going to be true, and it's going to say. It's going to say, my life was boring. Then I found gold. And that's when shit really got hilarious. You want to hear a story? Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. Why does this thing makes me sound like I'm underwater for some reason? I just heard the replay, the back play with the delay, and it sounds so stuffy like we're underwater. Why? You know when you're watching like F1 and they let you hear how the driver's talking to his team and all that? That's what the fuck we sound like right now. All right, let's listen in on the traders right now. Let's listen in on the trader talk to his team. Team radio. You see I moved and you guys are going to be like, mute, you're on mute. OBS is really OBS. Team radio. Yeah, team radio. Ooh. What are we doing here? Just making noise, but you're still here. Yes. Eddie, like a true demo trader. W, what are you doing over there? Nice. Very nice. Well, it should be a strong push, right? We're squeezing here. Look at this. We're not creating higher highs, higher lows. Typically when candles are squeezing and you see candles like not break the highs or the lows of the previous candle, you see how the market's squeezing down here, squeezing up here. Whenever it moves, it's going to be a heavy push. Yeah, I don't trust this here. Honestly, you'd rather come down on both. There's no support formed here just yet. Maybe this 30 closes bullish. Yeah, gold just looks better for a breakout. I paper trade and place my TP stop loss as I would trade gold. Yeah, I paper trade too. All day. I'm the #1 paper trader in the world. Best paper trader alive. When you get closures that tap a strong support, but the next candle normally retaps that strong support. Is it still muted? How about now? Now we good. Or like you're trying to squeeze the last bit of the lemon. That's what happens when market's closing. Market is open in its peak right now. When this happens in its peak, then it's fucking pushes. Then it pushes, yes. Also, in this case, right, when it retaps that same area that it filled, it's likelier to break than it is to hold. I know you're seeing like, oh, look at this. It held support here, held support here, held support here. Yeah, but like, that's 3 times in a range versus like when it drives. Didn't hold it here, didn't hold it there, didn't hold it there. All right, didn't hold it here, 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 you didn't hold it here. You are likelier to continue as you retest those areas than you are to hold them. They're just visually easier to recognize when you hold them because it's like, oh, look, clearly a level, right? But as the market is moving and you get those retests of the highs or the lows on the next candle, you are likelier to break it. So no matter how tempting it looks, you're still way behind probability-wise. Way behind. One minute for NYSE Open. This sucks. There's just no decision direction-wise, right? We know once it picks a direction, it's going to push. But there's no decision here. You know, you'd figure, all right, we close bearish on this 15. Yeah, we don't break the highs here on the 30, but at least this next 15, the current one that's open right now, give us a sense of direction. And it has not so far. If it rebroke its own high, maybe closed with a top wick. You're behind taking the sells to retest the lows? Yeah, I'm down for a retest of a candle low or candle high over a hold of that candle low or candle high. I would, if I was a betting man, I'd say we're gonna break it, then hold it. any candle low or high. Chances are. All right, NYC open here, and the 15 closed with no top wick. Yo mama, gold. Yo mama. How about that? What did this do? Wow, can you stop moving like a Motorola phone? Come on. Intuitive here. Intuitive. Let's go. Work with me. Shit just keeps lagging. Alright, so NQ's tapping this level here, right? And there we go. It's breaking it. NYC open here. And so is this. I wonder. Oh, it ate up a lot of that range too. 15 pips. People at the Zoom door. Come on in. They call me Big Elliot, Big Salad. Oh man, I'm gonna be in that gym today. What's Trump gonna speak about later? Tariffs. Alright, I gotta stop messing with this thing. Really the magic dragon over here. Cuddy! What's the deal, bro? How are you?
What's good, fam?
What's good? What's good? What's good? You know what I noticed? That all my unks, they like everyone in the stream, everybody that's like on the same level as me, you feel me? Like 35 and better. When I say hi, they all go like this. All the young motherfuckers, when I say hi, they go like this. The old go. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, the older dudes just go down like this. The young ones go like this.
You're supposed to say what's up.
I noticed it. It's a big difference. Big difference in the way the old heads say what's up versus the young heads. The YNs, they like this. The unks, they. Benny, please stop. Benny. Let me know if I'm wrong, chat. But that's just what I see. Boy. Y'all saw that, right? Bang! Instant. 0.47. So this is 400 pips. Am I bugging, right? That's how it would be interpreted here. This candle is 400 pips. Yeah, you not bugging about what? People saying hi or this being 400 pips? I heard good one. The head nod down is to protect the jugular. Someone said it's realizing the world isn't so friendly. Yeah, that's like, I don't know, the older dudes, like just the older generation. I don't know, like the old heads at the gym I talk to, and they're not older, like what, like 35, 33, 38, but like they always go like this. Anyone older, but the ones they're always like, yo, what up? Not bugging about 400 pips. Right, but if we traded it and took a buy here and it went 400 pips, we've only made 200, right? So for our purposes, this is 200 pips here. Based on the way we trade, like based on our understanding of pips to dollars on gold, this is 230 pips, correct? Worth of money. 230 pips worth of dollars. Right, Sam? Sam, I am. Oh, if this is going to break the highs now. What's the stop? 100 pips? Can we use anything here? There's nothing I can use here, not even a 5. It breaks that high, I should go, man, but there's a risk involved. And do you want to be at the table with 112 pip risk? Yeah, sounds right. Okay. I just needed one person to confirm, so that's good enough. Yeah, so all right. But this shit, for some reason, this chart specifically is lagging like a motherfucker. You ever hit gas on like a 90s Mercedes Benz, even a 2000s? Like you ever drive like a 2008 S-Class? You know how you hit the gas and it takes like 2 or 3 seconds? It goes fast as fuck after that, but it takes 2 or 3 seconds. This is what happens here on NQ. It's like driving an old school Benz, old school big body. All right, see, this makes sense now. This is now found support and coming up. Yeah, for 115. That means it moved 50 pips above here. That means this was a 210 pip stop. Amazing. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Stop moving. Thank you smoking that shit. Kenny smoking. 0.25 index points minimum fluctuation is $5 per contract. Look, don't mess with my head, Tom. I just started figuring it out, and now you're gonna throw all these numbers in there. No, we went over this. Let's make it as simple. When this bitch moves from here to here, it says 530. You see right there on the blue? It says 530. I'm gonna cut that in half. That makes it 260, and that's our equation for pips. Problem solved. Simplify, simplify, simplify. All right? You ever had 3 S's at once? No? Well, here's your chance. Simplify, simplify, simplify.
I thought you said you ever hit 3 asses at once.
I mean, to each their own, man.
I said.
You got selective hearing. Right. Do you, bro? Yeah. I'm just trying to get this shit in the simplest terms possible, right? Don't you remember Pemda? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Pemdas? See, I'm the only one trying to simplify. Yo, there's only 184 on here. We lost 16. Where's our 200? We can't even assemble. We need to assemble. What are you doing? You see how we couldn't have had that buy limit here on a bearish day, because look, it broke these lows. You would have had a buy limit. That would have been a quick straight to loss 100 pip drop, and then right 110, so 50 pips you would have lost there, and then it would have took off after. I thought that same shit. Sometimes in life you must take the 4,000 pip stop. We use Bidmas in the UK for math. Okay. Three fat as possible. Okay. Two minutes for this 15, and then you know what? That takes us into the news, which we'll probably end up waiting for. ISM manufacturing PMI, right? Is it Monday? It's not Monday, it's Tuesday. And I wonder if we'll get a mixed bag. And I wonder if anyone cares at all, because Trump's going to speak at 2. Yeah, boy. Da, 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 da. We're going to have a speech. We do the best speech. What are we doing? See, rebreak out of highs. What are we using the stops here? Nothing. Not even a 5. No. We did close above the 5 levels here. Trump will move the markets with his sheer presence. One far from him, and gold will be at all-time highs. Well, that's what they say, but that's at 2 p.m. and there's no bottom hook on this candle either. Right, if you're looking at 5-minute volume, maybe if you get a nice pullback and then a rebreak of the highs, you can look take advantage of the highs of the range to the top here. 40 pips, but never came back down. Eddie, you in PR by yourself? That's dangerous. I go to Cuba by myself before PR. I go to North Korea by myself before PR. That's crazy. Cuba seems way more sketch. Only a 90-mile swim, and I know if I swing back, they'll have to accept me. They can't be like, nah, go back to where you came from. I'm from here. Easier swim. Just need a piece of wood. What? I'm fucking a piece of a 2x4 and some current and float my ass back to shore. Shit, I don't even need a Coast Guard. You need help? Nah, I'm good. I'll float. I'll be there in about an hour. Easy. Pulled up the entire 40 pips here. Huh. Man, as you're re-breaking that 1 hour high, you just like, what are you gonna use here? Just stop. The possibility, the probability is high, but the possibility of you hitting that stop is still there, and it's 90%. I mean, it's over 100 pips, 90 pips. All the Cubans in the chat are like, fuck you. Actually, no, there ain't no Cubans in the chat here. Motherfuckers ain't got no Wi-Fi. Too bad. Oh, man.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Buy stuff, sell stuff at news. I'm going full margin. Buy Raja Bank's course right now, my friends. That's pretty dope. Like, he's known in the industry for doing that. Like, that's his thing. That's his shit. You trading Q? Yes. We're watching in Q. Hold on, we're watching. We're not trading it. We're watching it right now. Yeah. Well, I smacked a nice US 30 trade on Friday right before market closed, but We are fucking moving. I thought you had chose US30 and QA smoother. NQ moves a lot more like gold than US30 does. US30 is a lot of ranging, or was a lot of ranging for the couple of weeks that I used for back testing. NQ, from what I noticed, it tends to fake out, wick out a lot, grab orders like gold, and you see this wig and a heavy push. Like it tends to slingshot and then just push. And what I've noticed also is it moves a lot more than ES. So if we were gonna go in terms of price action and volume, it would be NQ, then ES, and then US30. Oh, there we go. Rejection in both directions. It's more directional. Yeah, I enjoyed what I saw from NQ. I did not really like the ranginess of US30 or the grind of ES. It seemed like there was less of a grind on NQ than on ES. Never US30. Too low. Too rangy. Loads of fake out of it. Damn, dog. It punished you. What did it do to you? Yo. What did US30 do to you? Guy got PTSD. We just mentioned it. Got my ass kicked. This is an ugly 30-minute candle. What are you doing? In a split second, what are you doing? We'll be here saying yes. What website? TradingView. Replay button. Yo, I got so many. I gotta go through them. I got a bunch of offers for to try out back testing platforms, but like I don't really sit there and back test like that on the weekends. Can you please showcase this with your community? You know, there's so many people that create indicators or like the indicator sites that reach out to me with that. I'm like, are you part of the community? They're like, yes, I watch all the time. Then you would fucking know I don't use indicators. It would be dumb for me to then go on my stream and promote a site that sells them indicators. It just would not make sense. Pier Giovanni Montaldo. There's a fucking name you don't forget. Or you don't remember. You should try out FX Replay. I've tried FX Replay before. Actually, as a matter of fact, wait, FX Replay. That's... Whose is that? I'm pretty sure I have an email from them. They all have similar names. I'm pretty sure I've tried it. I gotta double check. It's okay, to be honest. I think it's mid, but it works. IQ has high betas, so by definition it moves a lot more than ES. News in 3, news in 2. Dos! Olalekan Fawewihinmi. Oh man. The names are absolutely incredible today. Meet my friends Pierre Giovanni and Olalekan. And if you hang out with them long enough, you might even need CPR. That's awesome. It tells me you guys are from everywhere. Bro, sounds like fancy water. Yeah, it's spring water. Spring water. $45, $44, $43. Remember that? $41, $42, $43. Any updates on giveaways? I submitted your stuff on Saturday, no. I submitted your stuff earlier, but they haven't gotten back to me. There was more stuff submitted on Saturday. I'm guessing they had a long weekend. Usually on Monday mornings, they respond to me, so I'll probably get, sometime this afternoon, I'll get, or maybe even this morning. Remember last time? It's always, they'll usually send me a text in the morning, okay, accounts have been cleared, so. I'm guessing after the long weekend, it wasn't Monday morning. a Nigerian, but in USA. I learned lots of wise words and advice on your streams some 2 years ago. They were really my guide till today. W, glad to see you back. News here. Top wick. Wow. Come on. Measure the damn thing. 27, that's 109. That's 50 pips on news. Neutral news. This should come down. If it wasn't a news candle, I think we would be in here off a top wick. Pull up, pull up, pull up. I want an entry somewhere up here. That actually makes sense with the fact that the news dropped flat here, right? It's just continue with price action. Yeah, we got bad news here, which means it should continue down, but it's also bad news on an orange folder, not a red folder. But you know, everything else, everything's in our direction here. On NQ, this is just a shitty place to enter. Maybe you can use this as stops, maybe partials. Let's do market sell of 2 only. On the flip here, keep previous 4 stops. Small entry here, only a 2 lot. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep that current candle stop. This at least gives us a stop here on the flip, and it's a 4-hour stop, and I'm going to look for that to continue. Which pair? NQ. 4-hour flip. And flat news, bad news on the orange folder. It's going to dump. Well, that's what I'm expecting. I just expect it to dump before. I'd want it to dump before rebreaking highs. And I really wanted an entry up here, honestly, but there was. That one's gone, and the only other entry was break of the lows. Can we push? Should be good here on the 4-hour based on the higher time frame. Should be good. Once we rebreak the lows, I'll put stops to be. Re-break. No. There we go. No. Re-break the lows. Do we break or no? There we go. Move stops to be here. And let's see if we can tap. Really? Tap our level, bitch. Break it. Yo, market by 1. We secured some. Fuck. Break the lows. Fucker. This shit is jokes. Well, we're learning. I'm gonna learn a lot from NQ here. We're gonna smack the shit out of NQ. Oh, this disrespectful ass pair. Oh man. This is gonna be a fun ride. Remember the day we discovered NQ? I mean, not discovered. I'm sorry. Remember the day we started trading on stream? I'm telling you, we're gonna smack the shit out of it. This fucking thing. It's pulled right back up again. Here we broke them. Alright, fucking turn. Yeah, this is a top look entry type of trade based on the 4-hour, and once we saw the news drop flat and neutral, and the orange folder dropped in the sells direction, I mean the top look entry made sense. We were just so late here. Right, you need that entry off that resistance level. You keep your stops at 140 pips, so basically 65 pips in our terms. And that's your 300 pips worth of profit in one candle, so 150 pips one candle. You need to size down and spread out because trust me, it runs. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a 2,000 pips. I mean, a 2,000 pip. There was a 3,400 pip stop here on the previous 4-hour. This thing just keeps holding this area. Yo, we might get some closures here on gold. This is going to get interesting. Right, news came out. NQ should be dropping. Gold should be going up based on the way the numbers drop, right? You might not get a strong push because that wasn't the red folder that did do that, but so ISM manufacturing PMI came and went. Yeah. That shit was boring. That's what it stands for. That's what ISM stands for. I slept midway. I said maybe. PMI probably means impossible. I need some rest. And a closure above the range. PMI stands for panic mode initiated. There it goes. Fucking moving now. Bitch.
I'm just curious, is this more where you wanted to take your sell at initially?
On NQ? Or on gold?
Gold.
NQ? What?
On gold.
Right here?
Where it's just rejecting from.
No, okay. You see how gold is a bullish day? So I would not look for that sell limit on a bullish day. If it was a bearish day, I would look for a sell limit there, yeah. Just like on a bullish day, I would have looked for a buy limit right here. And it would have worked out. This was the stop. This happened at 4 a.m. right here. But I would have had a buy limit. If I saw this at 4 a.m., buy limit right there, stops here. And TP would have probably been like up there. Partials probably somewhere around here. So
Oh, you must have been talking about NQ then.
yeah. Oh, sells. Oh yeah, right here. But sells, you have two options here. Top wick off this resistance, use the previous candle as a stop, or a flip here and use current candle as a stop. So I waited till it flipped and used current candle stops. Those are your kind of two options for it. Or you could just be impulsive and enter and use the small current candle stop plus and say to yourself, all right, I'm gonna get ahead of it. Yeah, highly likely it's still off a top wick, but then when you're mid candle and it hasn't flipped yet, then you're kind of mid range and it might re-break the high before coming back down. So I just waited for this peak entry here, small stops at a 4 hour on a 4 hour, right? But we missed that. It was down here, so at that point it was the flip and the current candle stop. Please update session trades. Also, check signals. So hold on. That's 27 pips, right? We closed at 27 pips. Or we closed more. This is, right? What's this? All right, so we closed 54 pips, but based on the way we trade, it's 27. So let's call it 27, right? Based on the gold. Right, but that was 54 pips if you're counting actual points on. Am I right? Yeah, so gold-wise, it's 27. Gold's closing above. Ooh, this is so interesting. Look at this. I don't know. What do you want? 10-15, gold closing above. NQ is going to form a... If it forms a top wick and breaks the lows, that makes sense here too. We're going to have a... Ooh. Hold on, gang. 4 hours better. Yeah, I think I like this better. What's the stops? 84, that's 40 pips. Gold kind of closed with no top wick. You need a bottom wick. I need a top wick here too. If we can re-break the highs, I'll have a sell stop on the break of the lows. Damn, this could just come down here. I don't want it to. You see how we barely have a top wick? If it comes up and creates one, that's pretty massive here. That's 50 pips. It's 100 pips. 50 pips worth of profits. I want it to break highs, and then I'll have a sell stop. Come on, give us a top wick. Might not go here. Just a re-break at the highs, and we'll have a sell stop. We just might not get it. The 30's pushing here. The 1 hour's pushing here. Come on, 15. There we go. Did it re-break highs? Come on. Fucking re-break the damn highs. Let's go. Previous 5 gave it. Well, I think previous 5 gave it range to kind of come up as well, right? Wicks are ranges. They kind of gave it that range, but maybe you might be right. I just want to re-break of the high. All right, there we go. It's going to be current candle high. Right, this is already a big stop here. It's a good thing we waited, right? You see, just because the 5 gave it that wick doesn't mean that's the rejection wick. That could have been the wick to fill the range. What are you doing, my friend? This is not what we agreed. Wow. Our stops are at 100 pips, gang. Lower your fucking lot sizes. Man, this re-breaks highs. I'm just gonna delete. It's not gonna be worth it. It might be worth it. I don't want to open this at a 1 lot. All right. All right. I hear you, bro. I hear you, Nas. I hear you. It's your world. I just live in it. Yeah.
We got a runner.
Yeah, it's in the wrong fucking direction. What are you doing? Leave some money to average in on NQ. I'm not averaging nothing. Oh, you want to re-break lows now, right? I don't know. What are we going to do? Maybe. We got 10 minutes here for the 30 to close. 30 is in decision candle right now. Maybe we can let the 30 make a decision as well. But, man, 10 minutes is a lot of time. A lot of time. The good thing here is, look, the 4 hour, if it comes up and breaks the high, again, this shit. Yo, stop. What? it's supposed to be going to the wrong. It's gone. I had the wrong playlist playing. Shuffle. Turn off loop. Oh, it's looping the playlist. That's what it is. Yeah. So yeah, what I was saying is, yeah. The hourly's bullish, right? We can still rebreak, create a steeper top wick on the 4 hour. The 4 hour is valid until it breaks that high, the previous 4 hour high, because once it does that, you might see a heavy drive up here on NQ, right? You're holding support, and a bullish break of a bearish candle at support is a celery play. Right? There's support here. You bounced off that previous range right here on the higher time frame. So if the 4 hour breaks that high, you are wrong, boo-boo. So make sure all your stops for sells are at around the previous 4 hour high and nowhere past that, above here, right? But until then, you can still come up, create a top wick. So I think we can come up and respect these areas and then close back in range, which would set up for a bit later here. All right. Gold closed bullish on the 4 hour, but if it fills this wick, I don't even know if it breaks it, but fills it, starts breaking lows, would be interesting. There's potential on gold, but it hasn't closed the way you want it to. Plus, it hasn't given you any kind of great structure. It's just kind of ranged in here. No top wick closure. It hasn't been clean. This looks way cleaner, but like, look. Damn, this shit activated a lot of sellers on the break of that low. Remember I said, let's wait for that top wick. Sorry. Oh, look, everybody, look there. Are we going to re-break the lows here? What's the current candle stops? Current candle stops are only 150 pips, chat. It's okay. This is the 15. What was it? I don't see it. Oh, shit. I don't know, me neither. I didn't see it either, man. God, we gotta break the lows. What stops can I use here? You know what I want? I want this 15 to close here in 5 minutes without running down. Because if it can do that, we can use the next 15 as a stop. Yeah, if this 15 can hold, I'm not going to enter the rebreak of the lows here, but if this 15 can hold and I can use the next candle as a stop, then I'll take the rebreak of the lows. It's just because the break of the, yeah, highly likely, like 90% likelihood this comes down. But on the off chance it doesn't, The stop is 145 pips. So on the 9 times out of 10 that you win your 20, 30 pips, you're going to be really pissed off losing 200 here. Four minutes, 4:20. And you know what I could do in 4 minutes and 20 seconds? You guys would not believe me. You guys would have no idea what I could do in 4:20. Everybody, look that way. Look, right there. There's a lot of time, 4:20.
Yeah, you could be buying gold.
Hey, man, I seen somebody turn gay in 20 seconds. A lot could happen in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And if NQ could just play nice here and not break the low just yet, just wait for 3 minutes, then we'll be in there. Oh, yeah, we'll be all over it like shit on Velcro. But for now, bought and closed at BE. Interesting. There's gold. Gold didn't give you a setup for entry. It closed above the range, not really a top wick. How big is that wick? Hey, gold, how big is your wick? Oh, damn. 5? No fuck is 5. That's below average. Nah, that's no wick. Yeah, that little Asian wick. Nah. This looks way better right now. Gold went for 50 after B. Oh, it was Zaki. I thought for some reason I thought Sam wrote that on, because Sam's name's right above you. Nah, C spot. C spot run. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 2 minutes. Don't you fucking do it yet. 2 minutes. Benny, you hippie canine, come here. What's up, bro? Get away from my weed. That's your problem as a dog, Benny. You don't have opposable thumbs, so you can't possibly light this lighter. You can't possibly flick this big. You need me. You know what that means? Can't bite my hands. Come here, buddy. Good boy. Benny, hugga mugga. Bring it in, boy. Hugga mugga. Let's go. Yeah, boy. Let's go. Yeah. Good boy. You're a good boy today. Yes, you are. No, let's move. Let's move to my stream. Let's move. Let's. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. W, Benny. Can't you tell how happy he is? Look. Hey, Benny, let's move over closer to... We're moving. We're moving. We're moving. Moving and grooving. Oh. So we got a bullish closure here. No top wick. Can this thing come back down? Create a resistance? You like this? Oh yeah, you like your neck, huh? The guy scratches his neck and he picks his head straight up like this. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's got two different color eyes, chat. Look. Bro, are you awake? Open your eyes. This guy. Go, 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 go. Good job. Yeah, this guy will. Don't fucking run up in my house. He will lick you to death. You don't want that shit. It's a slow, happy death. Do not be intruding in here. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? So you can't take the rebreak of the low now because you've closed against it, but you can wait for another closure in your direction. Oh, wait. Let's mark this off. First of all, we need to update the record ski, right? Nobody says a word. Property. Oh, wait, no. Nonchalant Benny. Right, so now that it's closed against you, the 15 closed with no top hook, but the 30's closed with a top hook. So this technically should come up. Let's see, the daily was, previous daily closed bullish. You were at a support. There's a likelihood, high likelihood, that this high gets broken and the market starts riding up. Right, but then you're going to need to see closures back above the range up here. There's a lot of time here. You can technically gather more orders in both directions. Break the highs, grab orders to finish out the 4-hour wick, and then rebreak, to break the lows, and then rebreak the highs again to continue up after you grab orders, retest lows. Right, sort of like here you've created a low, you've come down, retested the lows, right? Or come down here, retested the lows before the actual move up. So yeah, you might be pulling back up right now, but what do we know? Well, what do we know about gold? I don't know how. NQ, that's why I said NQ seems to be the closest in terms of price action to gold. So I believe it should, act the same way. We should get some kind of retest of the lows before grabbing orders to drive up eventually. We shouldn't just see this push up. Even though I'm sure futures I still enter for the giveaway. Yeah, the only stipulation that you enter the giveaway is to like the stream and then like and comment on my IG reel. The last ones for that day. Looks like Benny hit that green on the Insta story this weekend. No, Benny is not. I don't know if he's a fan or not, but he's definitely not a connoisseur. Holy jumping fucking Jesus, Gold, what are you doing? Thank you, pulling up here. Give me a sec. The pause on your Insta when you saw the women drivers set. I couldn't say it. I'm glad you got it. I couldn't say it. I was like, oh, it's two. And then I was like, because you can see two women. I was like, ah. She was like, they heard. I had to roll up the windows. I was yelling. The cops were, I didn't film it. The cops were, there was like 4 cop cars on the other side. And they saw me roll down the windows and film this shit and yell at them. I mean, what the fuck are they gonna do? You gonna pull me over? These 2 bitches just crashed and nobody was fucking in their way. You gonna pull me over? It was an empty block. So he was probably like, yeah, he's right. They deserve to be put on blast. It's an always stop sign. Nobody there. Until like people started pulling up because they crashed. Nobody there. And it was like, nah, you go. Nah, you go. Nah. All right, count of 3, we both go. 1, 2, 3, pop! Stupid. Oh, man. Gold is just lost its marbles. Everyone lost their marbles. There's no entries here, chat. The only thing we can do here is nod your motherfucking head. How does Buster say that? This is great. Look, it broke the low for the previous candle on this 15 and started riding up. But you're at resistance that took you all the way down. So yeah, you might come up, but there's no indication of that till you get a closure above it, right? Same thing here. We need a closure above this area to continue on our merry way up. And right now we got a closure above this area, but it ate away at a lot of your range, right? You want this drive when it happens to then come back, hold support, and then you can be part of the retest, right? Right? You wanted to do all this, right? Okay, so then you can do all this, right? You want to take it from the retest, not up here like a retard, right? Retest, right? Well, I can't say that word on. We'll beep it out. We'll bleep it out. Or retest, or yeah, that works. We're just gonna have to. I'm gonna have to J myself. Retest. Perfect. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Yeah, so if we could have had that entry somewhere down here, I would have been all for it. Because the stops are perfect, right? It's not much in your way, but right near.
100 bit range.
There's room to move up. I just don't want to risk what I would need to put up in terms of like, you know how there'd be some bets you'd be like, yo, you want to put some money on this? Oh yeah, that seems legit. How much? 400,000. Nope. Why not? This 90% is good. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to put up 100 pips period
Yeah.
It's just not trying to be involved.
Oh yeah.
You come back to me when it's like 400,000 possible profits from like 4,000. How much could we make? 400,000? How much I need to put up? 400,000? Man, if you don't get the fuck out of my face. Hey, diarrhea. Yo, can we get this shit to close? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We might attempt the same sells that we had earlier. It could happen. Don't be hating. We just need to hold. This shit cannot just break the lows and drive right now. Although, right, that's the 4-hour re-break in the lows, so our stops would be only a measly 190 pips. 200 pip stops. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to be involved. But we can get a closure here. A top, wait, hear me out. We close below this 15. Next candle, 20, 30, 50 pip stop here. Break of the lows. Yeah. We're going to be in there. But right now, yeah, that 4-hour re-break of the lows, that shit looking low there. What can we use as a stop it? What's the 5 like? Watch this 5 flip bullish. That'll be fucked. 70 pips on the 5 minute. Let's get a closure. Can we get a closure? How lovely that we didn't take that sell right there, but because I think a current candle we would have had stops, we would not have had it at previous candle. 1 minute. This needs to pull back. It can drop heavy, but I need it to pull back to get an entry to have stops on the next candle. Wow, gold pushing. Gold blasted through. All right, 45 seconds here. Barbara's hospice nurse's supervisor. What the fuck is going on in the chat? Oh. Massive bottom wick here. 5 pips on NQ. We will be waiting on the next 15 closure. Gold.
Oh yeah, we doing the damn thing.
Can I get a high? I don't have that. I don't have that soundbite. It's not suitable for this community. Not suitable for work. It's a man's stream. Yo, 171 here? No. No giveaways like this. Y'all will never get enough likes for a decent giveaway. No, we will be doing, we're not doing giveaways today. We will be doing, I think I'll give away, but I got to see, maybe 5 or 10 accounts on Friday. On Thursday or Friday of this week. It's a short week. You guys missed a Monday. You deserve to have some fun. So I think we will do some giveaways. We'll give away Green's funded account. He's like, what? Nah, we will give away some 50K and some 25K straight to funded accounts. Yeah, we're gonna get enough likes now, but I think regardless of the likes, we'll run. We'll take some. I'm trying to relieve some pressure off you guys, relieve some stress off you guys, right? So, did you say 25 or 50? Both. Yeah, I'm trying to make it easier for you guys. So maybe without, you won't even have to drop some comments or likes. Or maybe you will have to in order for me to be able to run it, right? That it's just, you're gonna need, I'm gonna need a list of names from somewhere, right? So the easiest way is when you guys leave comments. Nothing looks absolutely amazing here. 4-hour rebroke lows. Nah, it's just moves, huh? Yeah, you can't do anything on that closure. I'm honestly probably moving stops to like right here, if you're in there. Or closing fully on that closure. Last winner I have is Comic Can. I'm not sure if there are any more. I think you got to check Friday's stream. The last 10 minutes. There might have been. I think there was a winner. In 10 minutes, we'll be coming up on London close volume at around 11 to 11:30. Maybe we can get some kind of fake out here. Right, we've closed no top wick on the 15. 30 might close respecting it, but the way the 30's closing, I don't think the 15 is enough. We're gonna need a 15 and a 30.
Hey, what are you doing?
I mean, well, you didn't take profits yet, bro. You should be out of the trade.
I'm taking profits now. No, you ain't over here today. Going back over there, NQ.
You're gonna mess with my TP right now. We up.
I wake up with my nap. I'm y'all on NQ.
Nah, too late for you. Look, you had that top wick right there. You should have called it at that flip. You should have been like,
NQ. Let me do my goal. Yeah, I go back on over there. we talk tomorrow when y'all get back.
All right, nobody takes sells until Kenny's out of the trade. We're not trying to push this market right now.
Nah, I'm not here right now. I was taking a bath.
Yeah, we can't have no seller volume though. You know what I mean? And if you guys are already in positions and you have stops right here, get rid of your stops because we can't have you selling right now. We need to push up.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna let them do their thing on Q. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm gonna stay in my lane. I'm gonna woke up a little late and like, in my lane.
I can't even see lanes right now. Take up the whole road. Like that cop that tries to slow down traffic on the highway. You know, you get in front of a bunch of people and you just start weaving left and right just to slow down the traffic. Yeah, that's what they used to do on the LIE in New York. I remember, like, right? It's because everyone's flying like 100, but it's like 65, 70. I think 70 was the limit when I was there, and you can't pull over 300 or 400 or 500 people that everyone's just flying, right? So, but you can get in front of everybody and just slow the traffic down. So that's what the cops used to do. Like a little pace car on NASCAR. My service can't load the last video. I'll check tonight. Your service is doing you a disservice. You should charge them. Sam sent the post by Dark Humor. You just vibrated the shit out of my desk, Sam. I gotta turn these notifications off. Why is the mic working so well today? Maybe because it's a new mic. Maybe because they got it fixed. Maybe they fixed the issue in OBS. Maybe this son of a bitch hasn't gotten up in a while and fuck with it. You feel me? Holy Nikes. Come on. 5 minutes here. Pull back in. I mean, drive for Kenny. Drive for Kenny. Give it to him. And then pull the fuck back, please, because
I'm cool. I'm out. I'm waiting to see what the next move gonna do. 11 o'clock. Roll me a new one and let's see what it do.
Yeah, by the way, I remember when it was 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the last 30-minute candle, and I was all hyped about going to smoke, and I never went. Oh, no, I did. I'm lying. Remember I gave Benny a speech about opposable thumbs and lighting this big? You see, that's what happens when you talk to yourself. You start remembering shit that you would not have if you were silent and you never spoke to yourself. You guys see those people walking around the street just talking to themselves like it's talking to some, like they're talking to somebody? They're not crazy.
Nope.
They're not, trust me. Like, you guys write shit down, they memorize what they hear. They memorize events, so they're talking to themselves, and then later on, they're going to remember what the fuck they were saying. Be like, oh, remember that smart... I was about to be like, almost said the N-word. Remember that smart dude? That would have been bad on stream. Yeah. Because it's part of the everyday lexicon here, so... Anyway, remember that smart dude that was saying that smart shit a little while earlier today while you were talking to yourself? Oh man. Oh, nice. Only an 85 pip stop here on a celery play to come up. Lovely. Benny, you my dog. This ain't going down, hoax. Is that Tin Man's burner? Only person who calls me Wixie. $120 here. The hourly closes bullish above the range. I mean, it's pretty extended, but like, here's the deal. If we can create a top wick, come down here and break this low, I'll take the rebreak of that top wick. And this will be our advantage point. Right? So this way we can use current candle stops and we can be filling the wick. Right? So in about a minute here, we want the candle to open up, right? Go up, right? We want it to do this and then break lows. Because as it does that, it'll create this top wick, right? And as it starts coming down here, as it breaks that low, I can use now the current candle, right? And as we're coming up here, I can use current candle high as a buy stop and current candle low to start flipping bullish here. And eventually, right, take us to promised land. We start flipping bullish here. We'll start looking like this with entries above that wick that we've created as the candle opened up. Stops here. Then our positions make sense. 50 pip stop, okay, but not 100 or not 85, not 90. All right, so we got this top wick. We got top wick. Can we come down, break that previous candle low? We'll set a buy stop here. Or get close enough to it, man. We got a top wick. We have a top wick. All we need is a big bottom wick. Come on, Gold. Like we fucking practiced. Yo, hold on. Yo, we practiced it. What the fuck, bro? You're ruining the damn stream. Done ball our range, bro. Come on, get it together. Get it together. You can do it. Let's go. I almost screwed this up, bro, for us. Get this shit coming up. What are you thinking? How much of a wick do you need? Well, this fucker ate up at a lot of our range right now, but I'd want this to come down, break the lows, and break the highs, and say goodbye. These are some cooked ass charts. Uncook yourself. Right. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have a buy stop here. Alright, not yet. I wanted to break this low so we could bounce off a support here. It looked like it was doing that. I guess not. How much is the stop here on the current candle? 50 pips flat. Let's do this. I'm gonna do a buy buy stop of 2 because we didn't get that bottom wick. But we did re-break the lows, right? We created a bottom wick, broke the lows. All right, yeah, you know what? Let's wait for it to tap. I don't want a feeler position here because it's too much for a feeler position. Because even a feeler position is 50 pips here. Yeah. I'd rather tap this support here and show us that it's not gonna break down back in range, right? Once we come down here and it actually establishes this level as something that it's not gonna break support, right? Then we're gonna head up. And if it breaks below there, closes below, then. Because I think this candle could also close like this, and the next one break the low, give it to us, and then. But if it runs now, then it runs without ever tapping that support. So you're not driving off a level. So I'm constantly going to be questioning that drive in the trade. Come on. Bing bong. Yeah, gold's not acting like we planned. It is not. Yeah, once it breaks the lows, then I'll set a buy stop. There we go. We broke the high. Huh? Should fill the wick, technically. Bing bong. Yeah, just because market's moving doesn't mean you need to be in it. It's not where I want to be in it. I want to be in the market from a higher time frame, you know, strong area, high rejection area, strong rejection area. What if no cuts in September? You're gonna see Trump talk a lot of shit. You're gonna see Trump talk a lot of shit. Gold just pushing, huh? You'll see Trump get really involved. Yeah, Trump speaks it too, but I have a feeling he's like, he's gonna be out there at like 2:45, 3 o'clock, just. He's walking in. Slow as shit. Yeah, there's no cells in sight here. And Q, nothing but cells. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's going to take a little while to set up for both pairs in terms of what I want to see. Right, yeah, obviously you can just, you know, take positions left and right here. The market's moving. Plenty of reasons to take a position here, right? Rebreak of the highs, break of the previous candle, seller replay, you know, bottom wick entries on the hourly, on the 30-year, but like plenty of reasons for, you know, depending on your style of trading or your comfort level or your relationship with money. Plenty of reasons to take positions or be in positions, and nobody would get mad at you. But for us to take them, or for me to take them, right, those parameters have not been met yet. Well, they have just once, and we made, and Q pay the price. chat. Cooking something up. Literally. Yo, it's been 2 weeks. Where's Jay? Where has Jay been? Jaywalking. This is good. It's actually phenomenal. It's really good. Move over. Volume low, is it just you? Market ain't really volumizing. We retested the lows here, just as expected initially. Right. So being very technical here. On par with gold. Later, Fazar. Yep. There we go. Target has been tapped here. Let's see if the market can make some decisions. Broke the highs for that seller play, but never went anywhere. I'm wondering if this is an area where we can start coming back down, and then that will fall in line with NQ holding support here at this area, which could get it really interesting for us to correct some of this drop. I wouldn't mind that either. My apologies, gang. I had to finish eating because my stomach was starting to make noises. So much better. also so fucking sore, chat, because the last few days I went back to the gym. I gone back to the gym for the first time in 7 months.
Wow.
7 months. That's like me, gym rat, right? Living in the gym all the time.
Mm. That's crazy.
I'm sore everywhere. Like, I'm sore in places I didn't even know I could be sore. Like, it hurt. It hurt to. Don't even hurt. It's like a good type of sore. Like, it's not the pain. Like, I was talking to Doc. I was like, how do I know when I, like, if I'm doing something wrong? He's like, trust me, you're going to know the difference between good type of pain and bad type of pain. He's like, you're going to know the difference between when you're sore or when you're like, uh-oh, something wrong. I was like, so how do I stop before that? He's like, well, you really can't know before that. You just, if your body's telling you something is not right, you stop. If you feel like atypical type of pain for working out. So I had that happen twice once I started. Like, I can pull. I can do all kind of pull exercises. It's the pushing that, like, really, like, that really gets me. You know, the
shoulder.
Yeah, so
yeah,
like I'm doing rows and, you know, cable pull and everything, and I can do, you know, back rows, and I can do everything with the, but I can't fucking do any presses. So I just started, like, yesterday. I did 2 sets of bench, light, super light. And, like, I still feel it. Like, I feel a sharp pain, so I'm going to have to go even lighter. And it's crazy because I can do the weight, but I feel the pain as I'm doing it. So as I go lighter, hopefully the pain will go away. This isn't gold? No, you're right. This is Sparta. No, if we weren't so bullish, I'd be interested in sells on gold to come down. I think I'm going to just leave it for today, though, and see what happens. Yeah, you could. Or you could just wait for it to set up exactly like you want it to, because there's a chance it will, and then take it, right? But this fucker's coming up, this fucker's coming down, this one's at resistance, this one's at support. I don't know. Let's see what happens. The good thing is, both, well, NQ more than gold here, is at a decision-making area. So whatever happens here, it's making a decision right now. And if you can solve that puzzle, solve that riddle before it drives, man, instead of surviving, you will be living. Don't we all want to be living? We don't want to be in survival mode. So let things print. 2 plates each side, shoulder press. No, it doesn't let me. It doesn't let me. The therapist said I shouldn't do any barbells, dumbbells only. And if I'm getting pain in here, elbows tight, just closed. Is that jazz? That's funk. Funk. All jokes. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Yeah. Okay. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. You looking for buys or sells? Both, depending on how it prints. I'm more bullish on gold, but I would not mind it pulling back down in range And if that happens, there's a chance NQ holds a support here. And if the next candle do something like this, I would be interested. But the 30 is closing heavily bearish, so the thing we can retest is only the 30 high, which is, let's look at the 15. Alright, right here. Break of that, so you have about 40 pips there. Jesus, these fucking ranges are massive. Barking for... Shut up before I give you away to the Koreans. You're gonna be on a Korean restaurant menu if you don't be quiet. New item. New item. This guy. Come on, come here. You needed my help just to cross a bridge? You're a clown. Go inside. Why are you barking? You could have technically just walked straight through it. There's a little stool in his way and my kid's toy. And he's such a big baby. He's barking at it. Like, just go, bro. It's like the size of his paw, and he's like, what do I do? Do I step over? I'm gonna just bark until somebody moves it. Big baby, man. Unbelievable, Benny. You're not making us look good here, you know that? Chat. The 30 closed bearish. The 15 closed bearish. The hourly's still open. The jury's out on that one. But what do they have in common? They closed bearish, respecting support. Can we close bullish now, respecting support? Or can we drive down to the next range and close back above? I mean, yeah, close back above 23.1. 095.75. If we can do that, fill the next range, come back up, close above it, the following candle we can then use as the break, as an entry for break of previous candle highs. Right? So if this candle closes out something like this, I will use this break of high on the following candle to have buys. That, in that case, we would be breaking the previous 15. What the fuck is that? We would be breaking the previous 15, which would also be the current break of highs, current 30 and hourly break of highs. Break of previous 15, break of current hourly 30. I'm sorry, it wouldn't be the current hourly. It would just be the break of the current 30. But it would be multiple time frames aligning. At that point, it's not that you should immediately run. It's that you shouldn't come back down here, which is what you're betting on. Right. In this case, if you're taking a buy, You really don't, because you're so bearish on the higher time frame. You don't know if this is the rejection or pullback, right? I had something else to say. I forgot my train of I lost my train of thought. It's been a long stream. Yeah. 27 pips was fucking hours ago. Well, we're coming down to make this bottom wick. The closure will be interesting. You know what? I'm gonna hang here. And we'd be taking it to the signal channel. What was the most stressful part? The first, like, I'd say, because you really don't want to start streaming and go like 0-8, right? Like, just for start here. How about now? Is it better?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. So, thank you. So, as I was saying, yeah, you really, the first month of streaming was the most stressful one, because you don't want to start like 0-8, 0-10, like 0-5. Like, you don't want to 0-3 even. Like, you don't want to lose to start your YouTube streaming trading career. It's like, so that first month is like, no matter how much confidence you have in what you do, it's like, well, I'm starting this endeavor. You really don't want to start this shit off on a wrong foot. I think that was the only like stress I felt in streaming trading, like, ever. And then you realize, like, nah, you're made for this shit. Oh man. Can we please pull back and establish a support? No. But I'm very interested here, because I think on this 15 and 30, that's how I want to wait about 20 minutes here for the hourly closure. There's just so much potential. And there's potential for it to just completely break down and come down here, and then, like, you know, then we're completely lost in the sauce. But right now, for now, as I see it, there's still a high possibility of a trade. In these scenarios, why do you not need a bullish closure, only the break of a bearish candle? Because there hasn't been a rejection, number one, from the upside. Well, it's not in any, it's not number one, number two, it's not in any particular order. It's a combination of all of these things. There hasn't been a rejection from the upside here. You see, there's no wick that brings me down here. And if there was, if it's a steep wick, I probably don't take that break. If it's a small wick, right? So, whoops. Right, so if it's this candle here, right, and it comes back up in range and closes like this, why does this look like really bad lipstick out of my grandma's closet? Fuck. So, right there, right, if this shit looks like this, combination of no rejection from the upside, right? This is a big difference. If this wick was like this, I'm like, all right, indecision candle. We rejected from up here, rejected from down here. What the fuck are we doing? Let's wait for another candle. But if that ain't the case, right, then we can say, all right, we've rejected off a higher time frame support down here, closed back up into this range. The 15 doesn't have a rejection from the upside here. The 30 doesn't have a rejection from the upside here. As we start coming up here, we are breaking the previous 15 high. Once this 15 closes like this, right? This is what we need. And at that point, next candle as it's coming up, right? We're breaking the previous. Hold on. All right, next candle is not even going to need a bottom wick. We already got one in the previous candle. We're coming down, coming up here off a higher time frame support. But as we close back above here and we start breaking this high, the 15 is breaking the previous 15-minute high. But that's also the 30 flipping bullish, right? So your 30 now is looking like this. And then are you coming back down here? Hell motherfucking no, you're not. High likelihood you'll come back here to eventually, like, right, you'll tap these areas for the drive, so it gets all these orders out, right? It gets all these assholes out, right? Whoever went break even here is probably out, and then it'll drive up and it's just how markets seem to work. Do I think this is the drive up? No. I think we'll come back here, down here, take out everybody who's got break-evens, and then it'll drive up, or then it'll make a decision up or down. But I think it'll still come back down. Over here, this is key, right? So our job is to see if this is gonna bounce off of here, close back up in range, and then we can use next candle stops. We got 3 minutes here, or we are gonna wait on the next 15, and after that, I'll call it. So I guess to answer your question, Tom, is T squared. Can I call you T squared? All right, great. So to answer your question, T squared, I think it's the combination and the fact of all those things, plus the fact that we're aligning on multiple time frames, right? Not just one time frame is telling us this and everything else is against us. We're going to have multiple time frames aligning, which is what I love to see. When multiple time frames are telling us the same story. Coming back down. Is there another Santos or a burner? Well, only one of them is a mod. There's a second one. That's the burner. Oh, come on. See forever. So look at it now. 15's closing below. Right? If the next 15 closes above, what do you have? What do you have if the next 15 closes back up above the range? Exactly. You have silence. And when you have silence, you don't have positions. You got a fucking fake out, right? If the next 15 closes back above, you have a fake out, right? Which means the 30 at that point has closed. Now you have three things falling in line, right? The 15 faking out, which would close the 30, either, you know, weak bullish, weak bearish, but above this area. This is the 30, 15 fake out 30, right? That means the hourly's held support here. That means, even though it closed bearish, that means the next 30, the next 15, as it creates that bottom wick here and starts breaking the highs. This is the 15, this is the 30, but both are telling the same story, right? And the next hourly is going to need a top wick, even though it closed bearish. So regardless, if it's going to go up or down, if it's going to go down, it's going to need a top wick. If it's going to go up, God bless us. We're going to win. You know what I mean? So the logic here would just make sense. As long as we don't get a steep top wick and a rejection from the upside. All that, and as long as we close back up in range. Capiche?
Remember it. Write it down. Take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
So this will be the last 15 we watch. One of two things can happen here. This 15 closes back above the range. We start looking for a position at noon. This 15 closes below the range, and we call it a session. 13 minutes left here to make a decision. Let's get a little poll going. How about them polls? You guys like the polls? Girls like the polls. Start a poll. Bring them strippers out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Oh, that's from Farzo. Damn. Bring them out. Bring them out. Hard to yell when Farzo's in the house. Oh, she missed it. Ah. Damn. She looks like a clown. Now she's trying to pretend something in her eye. Something in her eye. Sweat. Yeah. You missed it. You look like a clown. Circus left. The clown stayed. What does this poll mean? Are we going to get a closure back above the range here to take buys? Or are we going to close below the range here on NQ and call it a stream? I'm gonna target some sells off this area, not off the rip as well. But if I see any kind of indication of a pullback, I'll look for some sells off that area as well, which fall in line with NQ pulling back up here if gold can set up over there. It's very interesting because there's no buys here until gold actually pulls back and forms a support, right? It's just kind of trickling. It's making its way up here, trickling up, but.
Oh, I shouldn't have took those 30 pips.
Nah, you fucked up. You closed too soon. You pulled the J.
No, it just came back and hit my stop loss.
That's where you fucked up. You had stops. You had stops.
Trailing stop loss.
It's just breaking down here, huh? Break it down. But no top wick on this 30, so hey, still hope. The hourly looks crazy. Yeah, NASDAQ paid a few tuitions here in the last hour. Oh, back to the gym today. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I'm so happy to start fucking working out. Even though it's not really working out, I'm going like really like super lightweight. Giveaway, we'll do a whole bunch at the end of the week. So Thursday, Friday, I think we'll do a lot of them. Nothing too ideal here today. And we took advantage of the only real opportunity that had the most decent amount of risk here was right off this 4-hour sell here. Got our pips. It came back up. We broke the highs. We had a good closure. Otherwise, we would have been stopped out. And then it came back down again. Like 550K or 10. I don't know. But if you won in the last 2 weeks, you're not eligible. Right? So that should raise everybody's chances by a lot. And then it's going to be, instead of 1 in the stream, is going to be 10 of them, so that's going to raise your chances by like a lot. But who's counting? Some of y'all are like, you carry the 1, bring down the 4. You guys got a lot of good chances to win, so just show up. 10 today? No, end of the week. You didn't win any yet? Oh, we're the winners here, Farzo. We are so lucky to be in your presence here. We are the true winners of today. Thank you for gracing us. With your presence. Where are you at, Daniel? What's your location? Nah, don't give me some shit I can't read, bro. Latitude, longitude. The government is attempting to rig in our elections. Yeah. That shit sounded like US, Russia, China, Canada, every other fucking country. Shit sounded like everything. These guys killed an 11-year-old girl and the police did not investigate it. Oh, that sounds like Chicago. Yeah. That's Chicago, bro. Matter of fact, you might be better off. Chicago is... police might have been involved. Man, where I'm living is wild. South America? No, that's not it. Ooh. America. Doesn't matter. South, north, south. America. Three minutes. Can we pull up here? Ooh, can we use this level? This could be interesting too. Yeah, hold on. Let's look this up. Yeah, it don't look like it now. The Wizzy City. Oh man, so we've closed respecting on the 15, but we have no other time frames aligning. So we just closed respecting this area or pulling up, but we're not breaking any highs or flipping on any other time frame, right? Only have a bearish 15 close. So I'm not interested in buys here above the highs, but I would be interested if the next $30-minute could close here. It would have to be a 30-minute. The 15 wouldn't be enough, right? Yeah, so we're probably gonna have to range here or pull up, find a resistance, come back down. But I think NQ is gonna take a little while at this point. Gold still has potential, as we've just closed on the hourly here at a nice resistance, no top wick. Also, you're going to need some bearish closures or a pullback all the way down to 35.71. So then you can look for a support to start coming back up and retest these areas, right? So ideally here you can make your way down. And if it's not something you can take advantage of, hopefully somewhere in these areas we can start looking for take advantage of it, whether it's a closure back above, right, and you retest the highs, or if it's a closure respecting, right, this area, right, and then as you break the lows you can start looking for sells here, right, start looking for sells here or a closure below the range here. Either or, you get that closure, it's just breaking a current candle low. So things will get simpler as you start letting the markets close and print for what you want to see. Here by Albany Park. Nice. I have a goldfish. Very cool. Very cool. Yep. You got it, Tom. Sam, thank you guys for showing up here today. I think I'm going to call it here. Yeah, let's call it a session. Congrats to everybody that took the dub with us earlier. 27 pepperonis. Not too much, not too little. Just enough. I got a lot of work today, but the most important job I have today is working on myself so I can be at 100% for others. Right? People need me working at my optimal, and in order for that to happen, I must put myself into my optimal condition, my optimal shape. What color is your goldfish? Farzo. When it's irrelevant. The whole point of that, me mentioning my goldfish, is that I was talking about something irrelevant as well, right? Yeah. I thought we were on the topic of shit that don't matter. And there you go, Farzo, asking about shit. Remember my plane story and how much it weighs? You didn't learn anything. You see how all these stories come together? Remember the plane story? It should have taught you to stop focusing on shit. Remember that? And then remember my Joe story, my ex-coworker, that told you if you still focus on shit, that means you've learned nothing and wasted your time? Get it together! Alright, gang, thank you for spending this lovely day, lovely morning, lovely New York session with me. Zoom gang, see you in the clubhouse side of things. If I see a position setting up here in the next hour or two, or while I'm home and not in the gym, I will obviously call it. If not, I will see everybody here in Asian session. No, I will see the signal channel in Asian session. Everybody else, I will see you guys here tomorrow. Chat. Love and wisdom to you all. Mods, thank you for helping me run the stream as always. Appreciate every single one of you.
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
As for me, gang, my time here is up, and just like that, another New York session is in the books. Have a lovely and productive day. Remember, you can't help anybody if you're not operating at full capacity. Right? Go get yourself in shape, then go help others. Put your life jacket on first, then save others. Later!